operation. It's unlike what you told us earlier, which is being involved with something, if something happens incidentally. This was totally different. Do you agree?
Sorry to interject, sorry.
Do you agree?
I agree, but to explain this further, Commissioner.
I'm happy with the agreement, but you may continue.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. My primary duties, it does not confine me from doing other duties which are operational.
You see, we gave you an opportunity, we gave you latitude to explain what more you may do outside of the office, and you explained. And that had nothing to do with something like this, and you've just agreed that this had nothing to do with what you would ordinarily do outside of the office. You have already said so. So you cannot now try to bring this within the fold of what you can do outside of the office. Do you understand me?
I understand you, Commissioner.
Do you agree with me?
I agree.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to add that, in fact, your commander, in his statement, says your duties are office-bound. That's how he describes your duties. That is Chauke that you've referred to.
No, that's incorrect.
So your station commander doesn't understand your duties when he says, and I quote, "As a commander, I was not aware of the operation since the members' duties are office-bound, doing crime information management coordination for the station." That's what he says about your duties.
Like I'm saying, my station commander, I know he wouldn't give a positive statement about me. If I called him, if he was not happy about this, he was supposed to stop me and say, "You're not allowed to do that." Like I've got...
Forget what he was supposed to do. We're not talking about your station commander, what he did do or did not do. I'm following up on your discussion with the chairperson to say what you've agreed with the chairperson, in fact, finds further confirmation from your station commander, who says your duties are office-bound. That's all I was saying.
Can I say something, Commissioner? Like I say, I fully disagree with my station commander.
All right, thank you, Mr. Msipiri.
Thank you, Warrant Officer Magane. Let's proceed. I think we are about to enter the premises of Albertton. You are at paragraph 12.
Okay, just Commissioner.
Had just read 12. Next one is 13.
Paragraph 12.
Move to 13.
At Scania, we found a person who introduced himself as Miss Jolene Wenzel, and that she was working at Scania as a warehouse supervisor, and she also confirmed that the container was carrying their staff from Brazil. Equally so,
Sorry, can I just understand something? The truck, who did it belong to? Was it a Scania truck? Was it a yellow jersey truck?
No, the truck, the container was a load for Scania.
Yes, I know.
Then the truck belongs to yellow jersey.
I see. Thank you.
Perhaps to assist there. So, Commissioner, Scania would have two components. They will have the truck department and the logistics where they transport. But in this case, they are the end user in that the truck by yellow jersey was carrying their so-called body parts. They call them the caps. Perhaps, Warrant Officer Magane, let's go to...
Let me just finish my point and then you can clarify. I think what I was seeking to clarify is, so the driver of the truck is in fact employed by Yellow Jersey, not by Scania.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. I think that's all I needed to clarify. you can continue to clarify what you wanted to clarify.
Yes,
Mr.
perhaps go to paragraph 14 and we'll come back to the point that I wanted to assist you with in terms of the cargo.
Equally so, we introduced ourselves to her and explained the reason for our presence at the premises. We requested Mr. Wenzel and her colleagues to open the container so that we can verify the information. The container was open.
At that point, it's still Mr. Mashaba and you only. I understand the presence of Mr. Nku, but I'm referring to police.
It was still me.
Still
and
just the two of you.
That's correct.
All right.
The container was open.
And except for Mr. Pakula, you haven't called for anybody else at this point who is on their way.
Yes, during my conversation with Mr. Pakula, he said, even though it's not on my statement, he said he'll try to source other members from his unit.
And Mr. Pakula is based in Pretoria.
Yes, head office.
Thank you.
The container was opened by one of their staff members, and to our surprise, as soon as the doors were open, some black bags started falling from the container and others were trapped at the back of the container. I also found a seal which was inside a white plastic. The said seal had the same serial numbers as the seal that Scania employees has just broken when opening the container. I then inquired from Ms. Wenzel if this is how they receive their staff, but she said this was very strange and unusual.
What did you mean by that? Oh, sorry. What did you mean by that? When you say, when you ask if this is how they receive their staff, what did you mean by that?
I meant there's a seal that matches the one that was used to lock the container. I was trying to ascertain if this does it comes with a specie that is inside the container.
So the focus of your question was about the seals, not so much about what was contained in the container.
No. It was also on the drugs also, because I also asked her if this is what they were expecting, the load, the bags that fell down.
Do you want to maybe go to page 35 and then answer Chair's question with reference to the photo? So in the annexures after your statement, there's page 35 and 36.
Please look at that over the tea break and let's resume at 11:25.
Page 35.
Yes.
I'm saying look at that during the tea break. We'll resume at 11:25.
Okay, he's asking for the page.
Page 35, 35.
Okay,
That's
thank you,
Ajay.
Commissioner. Yes, commissioners.
Yes, can you explain to the commissioners what is there?
Commissioners, this photo here depicts, actually it shows the black bags that were stashed at the back of the container, and with the white, this white thing like a door, it's actually an incomplete assembled body part of a truck. And these bags, as you can see, they are just next to the wall. I mean, next to the doors of the container.
Warrant officer, let's maybe do this. Scania is a trucking company.
That's correct.
They are trucks. So this is a door panel. It's a part of a truck. It's a door panel of a truck.
No, it's not. It's you see, you get this truck cap.
Yes.
The whole the complete structure.
Yes.
So it's a complete structure, but without wheels and engine. But the doors, the doors are there. It's only the windscreen and the axle. It still needs to be assembled.
So it's the front part of the truck.
It's the front part. That's correct,
Yes.
commissioners.
And what we are looking at there, maybe if we go back to page 9.
Is this a container? I mean, you can see the lights, there seems to be lights. Is this inside?
Yes, it's inside the container.
Yeah, so I think page 9 is the one that shows clearly what Commissioner Baloy is asking. Are we able to fly page 9?
That's correct,
So the
Commissioner.
container is still in the back of the truck. It has not been offloaded from the truck.
No, it's still at the container is still attached to the truck.
Yes.
That's correct.
So what we are looking at there on page 9 is the bottom part of the truck with the container on top of it.
That's correct,
But the
Commissioner.
container is already open.
It's opened.
Yes.
And Warrant Officer Magane, just on that score, who took these particular pictures?
These pictures were taken by myself.
By yourself, okay.
Yes.
And it is at this stage when you say when you opened the doors to the trailer to the truck, that's when the bags fell off.
That's when the bags fell off.
Yes, I think it's page 9 and 10.
That's correct.
Yes. And then can you then pick it up because you are on paragraph 15, and the question that I wanted to ask you, it's about the emphasis on the way you say that the said seal had the same serial numbers as the seal the Scania employees had, just broken when opening the container. What is the relevance of that, Warrant Officer? Page 6.
Page 6, paragraph 15.
Yes. So now we're back to your statement.
The container was opened by one of the staff members, and to our surprise, as soon as the doors were open, some black bags started falling from the container, and the others were trapped at the back of the container. I also found a seal which was inside the white plastic. The said seal had the same serial numbers as the Scania employees had just broken when opening. I then inquired from Mr. Wenzel if this is how they received their stuff, but she said this was very strange and unusual.
Yes. Can you tell us the relevance of this seal that you mentioned, that it had the same serial number to the one that was that was cut off to open the doors. What is the relevance of that?
Because, this was making actually, I was asking myself if this seal will be inside and the other one it's locked. So that's why I asked Ms. Wenzel, as when their stuff is delivered, do they also get a space seal? I don't know if I'm answering you correctly.
So you yourself had no idea what this was about? You yourself had no idea what this was about?
The seal, I had no idea.
All right.
It just happened to catch your attention, as it were.
That's correct.
Okay. We'll come back to the seal.
And is it because you didn't know what it was about, and that must be because you've never done a drug bust before?
That also added to my confusion. And
Okay. I think we will have a later discussion with you, and you'll realize that is the only explanation why you didn't know the significance of this seal. It's because you've never done a drug bust.
that's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, just for completeness, warrant officer, go to, so there's a file that you should have 3 files now. There's one that says file 1. It will say exhibit file. So it's one of the thicker files.
This one.
Yes, just if you turn it on the spine, just check, it should say exhibit 1. Just a second. Can you go to page 101?
Before you do that, while they're still trying to get you to page 101, since this operation, have you learned anything about the significance of another seal that is in the container, which has exactly the same number as the one that you say was at the door? Have you inquired and learned anything about it?
No, Commissioner, you say since after this operation.
Yeah, we know that at the time of the operation you didn't know anything about the significance of there being another seal in the car, in the cargo, or in the container. You didn't know anything about it. That's why you asked Ms. Wenzel.
That's correct, Ms.
Okay? So I'm asking you, since after this operation, have you learned anything about the significance or the meaning of there being a seal, another seal in the container which has the same number as the seal at the door?
That's correct, Commissioners. As I'm always following this commission.
Okay.
And there were witnesses that were called to this before this commission. And when they testified, I was listening and following it. This space seal, it's meant to it's actually is supposed to be used when or criminals or whoever intercept the drugs along the way, then so that when it's they broke it open, they can use the space seal so that the end user cannot suspect that this there was some the original seal was cut open along the way before it reaches.
Okay. So you've learned that through the process of the commission?
I only learned from this commission.
Thank you.
Thank you then. Warrant Officer Magane, then go to page 101. Are you there?
It's 111. I don't know if I'm right there. Maybe if you can just help me. Yes, I'm there.
Yes, can you assist the commission, or what is depicted on that picture?
The top picture depicts depicts the seal that was cut open, and the other one is the one that was found inside the container. I
Other
would
one
say-
being,
I would say the space seal.
there's photo 153 and there's photo 154.
Commissioner, I'm referring to 153, the top one.
Both 153.
Yes, 153, and because I think,
Or rather, both seals are on 153.
yes,
You see.
Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes, you were explaining, Warrant Officer?
I'm saying this seal, the top one, is the one that was cut it was cut before the container was opened. The down one, the one beneath is the one that was found inside the container, the unused one.
Okay, and then you saw this seal as you described at paragraph 15. What did you do with it?
Firstly, I called Jolene, the warehouse manager, and showed her the seal, that this seal, like I was explaining that, I asked her if this is how, and I was also including the black bags, that this is how you receive your stuff. And then she was also confused as where this thing coming from. She didn't have any idea about the space seal that was found inside the container.
Okay, we'll come back again to the seal. Can we then proceed with your conversation with Ms. Wenzel? So you go back to the first file. You've just asked Ms. Wenzel if this is how they receive their stuff, but she said this was very strange and unusual.
That's correct?
Can you pick it up from there then?
We are at paragraph 15.
I took out my phone. I took out
my phone and took photos and also sent to my station commander, Colonel Risinga, informing him that the operation was a success. We had to use...
Sorry, before this and before you opened the truck, when you got there and the container is closed and sealed, did you take any pictures so that you have evidence that shows that you found the truck locked with a seal? Did you take any pictures?
I didn't do that.
Why did you not do that as an experienced police officer who understands the chain of evidence?
No, actually, I was interested, or I was more concerned in what is inside the container.
Yes, we understand that.
Yes.
Quite obviously, you were more interested in what was inside.
That's correct.
But you arrive there, you want to see what is inside, but it is locked. Why did you not take a picture to show, so that you have evidence that shows that when you got there, you found this container locked with a serial number, and here's evidence of it before we open it? Why did you not do that?
I would say, Commissioners, that was an oversight from me.
Okay. Thank you.
This warrant officer, are you familiar with the National Instruction on Crime Scene Management, Instruction 1 of 2015?
That's correct.
Were you familiar with it at the time when you went to Albertton?
I was, even though some of the aspects I was no longer I couldn't remember everything, but all what I know that a crime scene must be preserved and all the exhibits must be kept safe.
Yes, it follows up on Commissioner Baloy's question that you have now contaminated the crime scene by instructing people to open the truck and things fall out, and you're looking at the seals and things are then being taken out. But in all of that, you do not follow what the national instruction requires that a person must do. And I think it's a function of you simply not being familiar with what happens at crime scenes. When you come across a scene like that, what are you supposed to do? It's not just a simple matter of cordoning it off. It's also preserving the scene so that if it has to be used as evidence in future criminal proceedings, people need to know, what did the truck look like before? What did the container look like before it was opened? Who opened it? What happened after it was opened? What did you do after it was opened? And all of that evidently was not followed in this case.
Commissioners, I'm not disputing that, but I took a few photos. I took few photos to have the originality of the scene, the original scene, so to say, how it looked like. The only omission that I think I made is not by taking a photo of the original seal.
Yes,
because
and that's Commissioner Baloy's point.
I agree with that.
The scene is contaminated. Simply by doing that, it means there's a problem.
I fully agree.
Thank you.
And in fact, the more serious proposition I'm making to you is that happened because you have absolutely no experience in drug busts, and you're in fact ignorant of the national instruction on handling crime scenes. It happened because of that. Otherwise, you would be, if that's not the reason, then you were being deliberate in compromising the crime scene. So I'm giving you propositions that, one, you were either deliberately compromising the crime scene by contaminating it from the get-go, or you were ignorant about handling a crime scene such as this, because you have absolutely no experience in drug busts, it's not part of your job, and you are ignorant of the national instruction on how to handle a crime scene. Which one is it?
I'll take the second one, that maybe I wouldn't be comfortable to say ignorant, but all this, all what happened, it was not through intention of contaminating the scene. But then I thought, I'm trying to preserve the scene at the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Warrant officer, then, can you...
Let me ask another question. Now that the truck is open, and I mean, it's open and the container is open, and these things fall out, why did you not wait for the other components that are relevant to this? You didn't wait for K9 to come and check before you do anything. You didn't wait for, you say, DPCI. You didn't wait for anybody. It's just the two of you, one SAPS member and one traffic officer. Why did you not wait for the relevant components, as you referred to them, to come to the scene before you do anything else?
Commissioner, my explanation will be that we further wanted, because there were other bags that were stacked inside. So we thought it will be relevant to take all the drugs, or I mean the bags, sorry to say the drugs, to take all the bags and keep them at one place.
Yes, my question is, why did you think that? Why did you not wait for the other components before you do that? Yes, that was going to have to happen eventually. But why just the two of you, one subs member, who it's not his everyday job to do this. We can see already you have compromised the scene, but you admit it's not your everyday job. You have one traffic officer. You've now opened the container. Bags have fallen out. You think there might be something else to look at. Why did you not wait for the other components? There was nothing urgent at that point.
I agree, Commissioner.
Okay.
Do you know who LCRC is?
That's correct. I know LCRC.
Please indulge me.
It's a local criminal record center.
Yes, and we've had evidence that whenever there are scenes like this, it is their responsibility to come to the scene and take photographs. Do you
That's
agree
correct.
with that?
That's correct, Commissioner.
So why did you not call them to come and take photographs before you started removing these bags from the container?
Commissioners, I did call them, but it was after all the bags were taken from the container.
So after you and your team had put your fingerprints all over?
That's correct.
Scania employees had put their fingerprints
They
all
also,
over the stuff.
we also requested them to help us to load the bags.
And I noticed that throughout that process, this 7 Series BMW without number plates is right there on the scene.
Like that 7 Series BMW belongs.
Without number plates. Can you just confirm that it did not have number plates?
It did not have number plate, but it had a valid
A permit?
a permit.
Yes.
Yes, it had a valid permit.
Yes. But as we all know, the permit is in the back window of the vehicle. And if the windows are tinted, you would have to be really smart to read the handwritten registration numbers in that permit, wouldn't you?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you allowed that vehicle to be near the scene of a drug bust, and as a policeman, you didn't have difficulty with that?
Because I knew who the vehicle belongs to, Commissioners, to be quite honest with you, and the occupant of that BMW was not even taking part.
You had just met the person that morning. You didn't know who it was. If I asked you what is his address, you wouldn't be able to tell me.
That's correct. But
Because you had just met him that very morning. And you said it was Mashaba's informant.
that's correct, Commissioner.
Now you go to a crime scene, a drug bust, a major drug bust, with somebody who's driving a BMW 7 Series, and it has no number plates. And it parks right next to the very container that is being searched, and things are being pulled out of the container. Isn't that problematic?
Commissioner, I'm not trying to be defensive, but the car that the Commissioner is referring to, it was not, it was parked, but it, inside the vicinity, but it was not closer to the scene of crime. It was about 300 meters from the scene.
No, but it's inside the Scania. I happen to know where the Scania premises in Albertton are. It's right inside. Can we just look at page 28 or 30 of the exhibits bundle?
Page
28, can we just fly to that photo of the exhibit? It's exhibit 5, Boysons.
perhaps, are you there? All right.
I've got it there, Commissioners.
This is the 7 Series vehicle that accompanied you. And if you look, it's inside the premises.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And it is near the scene of this major drug bust. And for all that the Scania people know, this vehicle is there with you because it's accompanying you and Mashaba. Now, in terms of crime scene management, isn't that in itself a problem? Because in your response to Commissioner Baloy, you said one of your duties was to cordon off the scene. But if you are allowing this vehicle to be so close to the place of the drug bust, I mean, that in itself is a problem because bags can easily be taken and be put in the back of this vehicle. Do you see that?
Can I respond there, Commissioner?
Yes.
Commissioner, like I've alluded, this car, this BMW was about 300 meters. I agree it was in the same vicinity. But there was no intention of, and it was not going to be possible for any bag or whatsoever to be taken from the scene and be put inside that BMW.
Warrant Officer, 300 meters is the size of 2 soccer pitches. This is not 300 meters away. If you, from where I'm sitting to the end of this auditorium, that's not even 100 meters. And this BMW does not seem, looking at these photos, to be further than this distance.
No, I can honestly, so Commissioner, I was at the scene. It was the space or the distance that was between the scene and the BMW. I'm not trying to shy away from the truth. Whatever happened, if I must say the truth, I'll do that. It was not even closer. And to be honest, Commissioners, there was no way that one would have carried a bag, take it to that, in the presence of all the people who were there, the security guards and everyone.
Fine. Can we go to 22 quickly then? I will leave it there, just to identify the goal. Maybe page 20 gives us a better picture, but we can also get it on page 22. Can we go to 20 instead? Sorry about that, Advocate Paul.
I'm there, Commissioner.
Yes. So the Golf that you say Mashaba, Chief Mashaba was driving, is the one that we see in photo 4.
That's correct.
That's the silver GTI, and then right next to it is the BMW X5.
740.
So sorry, 7 Series.
7 Series.
It's a 7 Series. I apologize. And then if you look at photo 3, I think you said the Volvo truck that you escorted from Rodekop to Albertton was yellow in color, so it can be that one that we see in photo 3.
No, the one that we escorted was already parked next to Scania loading bay.
Yes.
These are two different companies.
All right. Is it the one on page 37? Can we just identify it quickly?
Commissioner, before you go there, perhaps just scroll up to 19, to photo 19. Page 19.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I'm there, Commissioner.
No, I was trying to assist with the proximity of the yellow truck on your question.
Yeah. Can you see the yellow truck in photo 19?
That's correct. I can see it, Commissioner.
Now, do you still insist that the distance from the BMW to the yellow truck is 300 meters?
Commissioner, I'm not sure, but it was not closer to the yellow. It was far away.
Warrant Officer, you seemed sure earlier. Why are you suddenly not sure?
No, I'm sure, Commissioner, even though I'm saying maybe I might not be right with the meters,
Yeah.
but it was not like this hall, this auditorium. No, this one is small.
Yeah. Yes, that's because it's not even 100 meters, this one. I'm saying, looking at these photos, that cannot be 300 meters.
Can you maybe suggest 150 meters? If not 300, Commissioner.
So you give me half like Sergeant Nkosi, and you take that.
No. Commissioners, me and Nkosi, please. Please.
Warrant officer, I'm sorry. I just want to get an idea of what you and Mashaba thought you were doing. He's a traffic officer. I don't expect him to be skilled in handling drug busts. Your functions are mainly office bound. Yes, you do say from time to time you do go out, but doing anything regarding crime scenes is incidental. So both of you know nothing at all with handling drug busts. What on earth did you think you were doing when you started searching that truck, removing whatever it is you removed and loaded it onto your buggy? What did you think you were doing?
With all honesty, Commissioners, the sole intention was to verify the information, have a success operation. Even though both of us were not having any experience in handling the drug bust, but relevant functionaries were sourced to come and assist.
Is this verify information whether there were indeed drugs in the container? Is that what you're referring to when you say the purpose was to verify the information?
If it's positive, exactly.
Is that all that a crime scene is about?
No, like Commissioners, like I alluded earlier, that I tried my level best to preserve and make sure that the scene is not contaminated until a warrant officer and other members arrive.
That's a serious problem. That's a serious problem because Commissioner Baloyi said by opening that container, you are already tampering with the scene, and you agreed.
For that, I take a punch.
Yes, and then again, I'm not sure whether it was Commissioner Kumalo, you got everybody to handle what was inside, or at least what you were interested in. The bags that fell to the ground and others that remained stuck wherever it is they were stuck. You got a whole lot of people, including yourselves, to handle those. So that's a second stage of tampering with the crime scene. So I don't understand your statement when you say that you tried to preserve the crime scene. What are you talking about?
Commissioner, here I'm trying to, actually, I'm talking about the exhibit. That because they were not even tampered with, they were still in its original shape.
They are tampered with if a whole lot of people handle them with their bare hands. A number of people, you, the traffic officer, Mashaba, Scania employees, all of you handle all of those bags with your bare hands. That's serious tampering.
I agree to that, Commissioner.
So what are you talking about when you say you preserved, and add to that the very initial stage of opening, breaking the seal? That's the first stage of tampering. What are you talking about when you say you preserved the seal? I'll repeat the question.
Commissioners, maybe I'm talking about making sure that the exhibit are not
You
stolen.
were clueless, and you knew that you were clueless.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Mashaba was clueless, and you must have known that he too was clueless. Correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
What on earth were you doing handling any of the objects there, the container and the contents? What on earth were you doing?
Commissioner, we were innocently trying to process this.
Now, having tampered with the scene in the manner in which you did, what did you expect you say you called the LCRC later when the bags were already in your van, I assume, your buggy?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes. What did you still expect the LCRC to do after tampered with the scene in the manner in which you did? Let's just go to, is it page 14?
It's in file 1, in the annexures.
Page 14.
The statement 5.
Mine ends at page
May it be flighted.
13.
Under the tab item 4.
Or you may look at the screen. So when you called the LCRC, they were already like that,
That's correct.
heaped like that onto the back of your buggy, having been handled by many people with bare hands.
That's correct, Commissioner. I can confirm.
So my question is, what did you expect the LCRC to still do after all this serious tampering?
Actually, we called the LCRC to come and take photos and when we count, because that is the procedure.
So all they would have been involved in was in counting and not doing what they ought to have done right at the beginning, before your tampering.
We didn't anticipate that, Commissioner.
Because you were clueless.
I will take the punch.
Now, at paragraph 16 of your statement, page 6, you say that I took out my phone and took office photos and also sent to my station commander, Lieutenant Colonel Risenga Albert Chauke, informing him that the operation was a success. You've read that already. You want to see it? Have you found it?
No, I was trying to
Please find
search
it.
for page 16. I was trying to search for this.
6, not 16. Paragraph 6, paragraph 1(6).
Yes, I'm there,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
you remember reading this, but there's that part, and that's my interest. And you say you informed your commander that the operation was a success. What did you mean by that?
I was referring to that the information that we're following about those trucks, the trucks we found inside the container. That is what
Had you seen any drugs?
No, by the bags. I assumed that these bags contained the drugs.
But you had not actually seen any drugs.
Not, isn't it when I called him,
Yes.
I informed him that we were following an information
Yes,
about
yes. I'm
drugs.
asking, but you had not seen any drugs when you said the operation was a success.
Yes, I was referring to the black bags.
All right, all right. Of course, we know that. Let me leave it there. Thank you very much, Warrant Officer.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer, just to maybe wrap up the point at paragraph 16, what the chair referred you to, please go to page 13 of the same file.
The statement or the exhibit?
In the same statement file.
No, say
Page 13.
13, yes.
of what? Of the exhibits of the statement? There's a 13 in the statement.
Of the exhibits on the exhibits.
I'm there, Commissioners.
Yes, so this is, perhaps you explain in your own words what is depicted there on that page.
The picture on this page depicts the black buggy that I was driving with black bags.
Okay, let's start here. Is this the screenshot that you took from your phone demonstrating a WhatsApp message between you and your commander, Chauke?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yes, and then on that WhatsApp screen, you see a buggy. And then can you continue what's there, what's written there?
It's too much. How much is it? How much is too much? How much is the estimated value? We're still waiting for the people from track unit. They will advise us.
So what is happening there, you see you send him this message. You say, according to your statement, this is a success. And then he asked you, what is the estimated value?
That's correct.
And you say to him, you're still waiting for people from track unit, they will advise you. What is the relevance of you discussing the value of whatever that it is there? Because we don't even know for a fact at that time.
This question was coming from the station commander. I think out of curiosity or interest, so to say, he's the one who was asking. Hence, my answer to that was, we're still waiting for the people from track unit. They'll advise us.
Would you say that's a relevant question at that stage?
From the station commander.
The sender of the message is the station commander, Chauke, yes.
I think I wouldn't answer for him, but for me, there was nothing sinister.
Okay. All right, let's go to paragraph 17 then of your statement. It's on page 6. Page 6. So
maybe before you do paragraph 7, just to confirm a small detail, can we confirm that when still to do with your removing of the drugs onto the van, that when all of you that carried those bags did not have any gloves on?
Definitely, yes, Commissioners.
None of you had
None of
gloves
us.
on. Okay. So you would have left your DNA onto the plastic bags?
Most possibly.
And fingerprints onto the bags?
DNA fingerprints.
And you accept that in the process you would have destroyed any, or in fact, what do you call it? Reduce the quality of any DNA and fingerprints that may have been on those plastic bags originally.
That's correct.
And so made it difficult for LCRC later on to conduct a proper job of lifting fingerprints and DNA from those bags, because now it's contaminated with yours. You accept that?
I accept that, but can I also say something?
Yes, you can.
Commissioners, according to my information that I've got, one cannot lift fingerprints from a plastic. You can easily lift a fingerprint from a metal.
Do you know as a matter of fact, that we've heard from evidence here, that the LCRC attends these scenes and one of their functions is to try and lift fingerprints and DNA from these coverings and from the bags. Do you know that?
No, I don't know.
Okay, that's what the evidence has been from people who are involved with drug busts. Now you know.
I know, Commissioner.
All right.
Maybe, Commissioner, if I come across such a scene, I'll be able to do my best.
I'm hoping that when you come across such a scene or information, you will know to call the right people. You will not get involved with it.
Definitely, Commissioner, that is a learning curve.
Thank you.
Warrant officer, let's continue on paragraph 17 of your statement. Perhaps while you're looking for it, can you slide?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes. Can you slide for us from the exhibit bundle? That will be the stain bundle that was used yesterday. Page 4. Page 4, stains bundle. So it was the one, Commissioner, that was used by Stain yesterday. Are you there?
I'm there, Commissioners.
Yes, just to wrap up the point of the discussion you're having with Commissioner Baloyi, I think the person there appearing there is Colonel Wood, but that's what I want to direct you to. There's a person there wearing a red jacket. Can you see the person?
Yes, I can see, Commissioners.
And you can see the person is wearing the gloves.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And you can see the bags that we're discussing in front of her.
That's correct, Commissioners. I can confirm.
Yes. Then I put it to you that your proposition that there was no need for you to wear gloves is unsustainable, because the very same expert, as you can see there, is wearing gloves for a purpose. You accept that?
I accept that.
Okay. Let's then go back to...
Did you get the witness to identify who the person is? I'm sorry, I may have missed that.
No. The person, the face is cut half.
Oh, okay.
All
right.
It's Colonel Wood, but the witness wouldn't know.
Okay.
But the point was to deal with the issue of the gloves.
Okay.
That was being discussed with Commissioner Baloyi. Warrant officer, let's go to, we've been stuck at paragraph 17, page 6.
Of my statement.
So go back to your statement. Yeah.
Must I take
Your
this
statement 5. Yeah, put that one away.
You say paragraph 17.
17.
Oh,
We had
yeah.
to use a forklift.
We had to use a forklift to take out the truck caps, which were also loaded inside the container. Chief Marshal and I realized that it was going to be impossible for the forklift to unload the truck on the loading bay, while there were bags already on the ground, stuck near the wheels of the trailer. As a result, we instructed Scania staff to load the bags at the back of my service park, while we were waiting for other members, and so that the truck can reverse close to the loading bay.
At this point, you're just waiting for Pakula, right? Because that's who you've spoken to.
Yes, and He confirmed.
No,
Actually,
I know you say he said he'll tell other people.
That's
but
correct.
You haven't called anyone else at this
no,
point.
no, it was
You're waiting for Pakula,
That's correct.
who works in Pretoria.
National Office Nino.
Yes.
That's correct. Ms. Wenzel confirmed that they were expecting a truck cabs from Brazil, but denied any knowledge of the black bags, which were suspected to be carrying drugs. We also interviewed the driver, Mr. Brighton Vusimtembu, and he also denied any knowledge about those bags. It was 23 large bags of suspected cocaine. We then placed the driver of the truck, the warehouse supervisor, Ms. Wenzel, and the warehouse receiver, Mr. Cornelius, under arrest for dealing in drugs possession.
At this stage,
Now-
you did not even know that it was drugs. For all you knew, it could have been blankets in those bags. Why did you place him under arrest for dealing with drugs or being in possession of drugs? You don't even say suspected. You say, we placed the driver of the truck under arrest for dealing in drugs / possession of drugs. But you didn't know that it was drugs in those bags at that stage,
Commissioners,
unless you were sure that it was drugs.
Commissioners, can I take you back to the same paragraph where it says it was 23 large bags of suspected cocaine?
I get that part.
Okay,
Now, you've got bags and you suspect that they are cocaine, but you take it a step further. You say you arrest him for dealing in drugs, not even possession. You arrest him for dealing in drugs / possession of drugs.
That it's an alternative charge, possession of drugs.
Yes, but I'm saying at this stage, you don't even know that it's drugs in there. You still have a suspicion, but you don't even know. But you're already arresting people for being in possession of something you don't know.
At this stage, I would say, based on our suspicion, which were later confirmed.
No, forget about what was confirmed later. You're already effecting an arrest. You're saying here you place the people under arrest for being in possession of drugs and for dealing in drugs. I mean, for you to arrest somebody for being in possession of drugs, you must know that they are drugs.
I agree, Commissioner.
And here you say the bags had not even been opened. So for all you know, it could have been blankets in those bags.
Some other powder. May have been any powder, or even a brick in there. So you haven't opened the bags. All you have is the informer, who's not even your informer, who's Mr. Mashaba's informer, but you subs, not Mr. Mashaba, you are the one that effects an arrest based on suspicion of matter that you haven't even had a look at. All you have is black bags. Explain how that makes sense and how that fits in with proper police procedures.
Commissioners, I wouldn't say this was premature, but to bring more sense in this, I would say, because according to the information that was given by the informer, everything is confirmed.
Not everything is confirmed. It's black bags. They mean nothing to me. Even as you're sitting there saying to me, there are drugs in there, I will ask you, did you open and look? Which you didn't ask your informer. You haven't told us that you asked your informer, the informer did you see what's inside? You tell us you didn't open the bags. So we know as you sit there that all you have in front of you is bags.
That's
and
correct,
your
Commissioner.
informer has said there will be drugs in that truck. So the question that Commissioner Kumalo is asking you is, are you a seasoned policeman? How do you arrest people on the basis of what you haven't seen and confirmed for yourself, that this is indeed drugs? That's what you're being asked. How do you do that?
My answer to that, Commissioner, would say it was premature.
Unless you already knew that there were drugs in this container, and that was your reason for going there. Yeah.
Commissioner, I don't want to come defensive. I take that other approach.
The premature one.
I take this one that maybe the arrest was premature.
Not that you knew that in the container and in the bags it was cocaine, and you knew that in advance.
Because yes, it was just drugs.
Okay, let me test this. Why did you not open one bag and satisfy yourself that yes, the information from the whistleblower or the source is correct? I've opened this, I've opened one of the bags, I can actually see that it is white powder. I have not tested it, but based on what I know, it might be drugs. Why didn't you at least open to check? And I'm not suggesting that you should have opened it. I'm just testing.
At that stage, Commissioner, I think it was still too early. And I personally will think that we will be tampering with the evidence. And moreover, we don't have any experience.
And just remind us last time, you may have said it already, so I apologize for asking again. What was your reason for loading these bags in your van, which does not have a canopy? And the reason I'm asking you this is you saw later on when the LCRC people arrived, the bags were put on the ground in the pavement and photos were taken of the bags. I'm trying to understand why you did not pack these bags on the pavement so that you wait for LCRC or other people to arrive and attend to them. Why did you see the need to load them in the back of your van?
Commissioner, I think at this stage, when the bags were loaded at the back of the parking, it was only me and Mashaba at the scene. And I'm trying to get the Commissioner. Being that the case, the scene, it was now getting more chaotic. So for us to safeguard, because if the scene, I mean, if the bags were loaded at the back of, we could easily see if someone will go and maybe try and get to grab one. No? That was the main idea. That's correct, Commissioner.
Did you keep a record as you were loading them in the back of your buggy?
Yes, Commissioner, let me, on that day in question, I had my diary with me.
Yes.
Because I just visited the station. So what happened is that I was even taking notes of everything that was happening there, like the registration of the cars and everything. This was also even the serial number of the seal. So when we were arrested, what happened is my diary was inside the car, and it was inside the car. So after our arrest, the bike was taken to Poison's station for safekeeping. So late after 2 weeks when we were released, when we got bail, the diary was nowhere to be found.
So the diary is missing?
It was missing. I thought maybe it would be in the 13, but it was not there.
Okay.
That is a fair answer, Commissioner.
Thank you.
We established earlier that the truck belongs to Scania and the driver is employed by Scania, you have removed the truck, no, by Yellow Jersey, the truck and the driver. You have removed the truck from Yellow Jersey. Why are you arresting the driver now? Remember, he came with a container which has a seal to it. It's not an open container, it has a seal. Why are you arresting him?
Commissioner, the drugs were transported from Devon to Albertton or Yellow Jersey by the driver.
Do you know anything about the sealing of the container from its original source, where it came from Brazil, how that works up to it gets to the harbor, and from the harbor to the depot, from the depot it's now on its way to Gauteng. That seal there, do you know whether it was broken by the driver along the way or that it was actually as it came from Brazil? Did you know anything about it? Did you ask any questions?
No, I will be lying.
So you arrest the driver even though the container has an original seal, presumably from the original point of departure in Brazil. You arrest the driver even though he didn't put in these drugs in the truck.
By the virtue of him being the driver from Devon, we arrested him based on that.
You arrested him for driving the drugs?
For transporting the drugs.
Yes, driving the drugs.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
Warrant Officer Magane, you came here to testify and assist the commission to the best of your at least recollection of what transpired. What I really need is for you to be very pointed on some of the issues. More often you refer to the royal we, and you are here to testify for yourself. There come a point whether you did it or Mr. Mashaba or Chief Mashaba did it. So it can't be both. You can't be singing in unison at all times.
I hear you, Commissioner.
Yes. Now let's start at paragraph 18. When you say, so on page 7, paragraph 18, where you say, we also interviewed the driver. Is it you or is it Chief Mashaba?
Both of us.
That can be, how's that possible?
I mean, if you asking a question, I'm also here, and so it will be you asking a question. When you answer, then I also pose my question.
Then the very same sentence, well, the very next sentence, you say, we placed the driver of the truck.
No, this one, it was, the arrest part was done by Chief Mashaba.
Mashaba.
Yes.
Okay. Please, the next time we see the word we, and where it's possible, let's try to identify whether it's you or Mashaba, as we move on, please. No, that's fine. For now, I'll take that. Let's move on to paragraph 19. I'm just saying, keep in mind when you see the word we, try to identify who said what, who did what.
Point taken, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. Let's go then to paragraph 18, while busy at the scene.
While busy at the scene and waiting for other SAPS members to arrive, 2 members from Poisons Vispol, Sergeant Doe and Constable Mkwambiri, arrived in a marked police buggy and told us that they have received a call from 10-111 about people who were impersonating to be police officers.
Just to be clear, while waiting for other SAPS members, you're still referring to Pakula.
That's correct.
And whoever you're hoping he has called.
Yes.
Because you haven't called anyone else.
No, it was still Pakula.
Thank you.
We then identify ourselves and explain the reason for our presence at that premises, and even showed them the bags that were recovered. We also showed them the arrested suspect, and they understood and even gave feedback to 10111 via radio control. Though immediately after, we had a bit of an argument with them, because without even asking how they can assist, they asked us where we are going to book the suspect and the exhibit. I told them that we were likely to go book the suspect and exhibit in Albertton area because the scene started in that area. But we were still waiting for relevant role players to come and decide.
What do you mean the scene started in that area?
I was referring to the fact that where we first went in Rodikop before we came to Albertton.
So you're being in Rodikop, you're saying that's what determines, that's where the scene started, your physical presence. Is that what it means, that the scene started there?
I would say that, but technically so, commissioners. It brought some discomfort to us that members will come from Norway. We understand they got a complaint from Tentreploa. Upon arrival, they are now asking about the place where the exhibit will be booked and the suspect. I didn't meant that those things, I was just pulling their legs.
So you were lying to them?
Not lying necessarily.
No, it is.
Testing their...
You were being untruthful to them. If now you say you were just pulling their leg, you were not telling them the truth when you said to them, we are going to book this in Albertton. You've just said it wasn't the truth as you said it.
No, not in the context of telling lies.
It wasn't the truth.
I would say so, but Commissioner,
So what was the plan with these drugs? Where were you going to take them? Now we've established that it wasn't true that you were planning to take it to Albertton. Where were you planning to take these drugs?
These drugs were going to be booked at Poisons, and the suspect were going to be booked at Poisons.
Okay. So when you say that we are still waiting for relevant role players to come and decide, what were you conveying? Because this is your statement.
This is my statement, I agree.
So what were you conveying when you said we're still waiting for the role players to come and decide? If you've already decided they will go to Poison.
No. This was just additional to. But the fact of the matter was that, and even even procedurally dictates that because the drugs were found in Albertton, that is where the suspect and the exhibit must be put.
So these police officers would have known that. So you were not pulling their legs in any meaningful way because you say procedurally. That's how it's supposed to happen. So these police officers, you would not have any reason to argue with them because you say, we started arguing about after they asked that. And I'm saying, well, they knew, you say, they knew because procedurally that's what happens. So they wouldn't have asked the question if they knew that these would have to be booked in Poisons. In fact, they would have told you, these must go to Poisons.
That is why I'm saying...
Which makes me ask the question, when you answered the way you did, when you took these drugs and put them on the van, because they are on your van, and there's just you and Mashaba there, what was the plan? Poisons is not yet there, these police officers. They arrive, they ask questions, you say, well, the crime scene started there. And I asked you, why Albertton? You said, because that's the original crime scene. That's where it started. That's why Albertton. So I accept that explanation on face value. That's where the scene started. So yeah, on your reasoning, you would have gone to Albertton.
But rightfully, it was the drugs were not gonna, the drugs, including the suspect, we were not going to book them in Albertton. And because another thing, commissioners, it was very strange. Sergeant Ndo, it's a sergeant. Why was he asking?
No, forget Ndo and why he's asking. Let's talk about you.
That's correct.
You did not report yourselves to Boysen Police Station. Commissioner Kumalo asked you the question earlier that we've had other evidence where people who are operating outside of their jurisdiction, they go and report. We were told that's what you do. You did not do that. Boysen's doesn't know you're around. Boysen doesn't know that you've got this amount of drugs. You haven't called Boysen to ask them, do you have space for this? But you say to us, well, they are on your truck. You had already decided they will go to Boysen. Make that make sense.
Commissioner, the answer that I'm giving to the commissioners is exactly what was going to happen. The trucks and the exhibit were going to be booked at Boysen. And Commissioner, just to take one step back, I'm trying to answer to the question, the previous question that was raised, that why I didn't phone 10-111. You know, as chaotic as the scene unfolded, it was because of this thing was sent to the radio control. That's why more police started flocking in.
The question asked about 10-111 was long before the chaos happened. You were asked the question, you have an informer, according to Mashaba, who says there are drugs there. You go there. You go to Yellow Jersey. It's just the two of you and your informer. And then you proceed from there. You go to Scania, and it's you, Mashaba, and your informer and the security from Scania, and the employee, from Yellow Jersey, the security men, and then you've got Scania people, Wenzel and somebody. So there's no chaos at that point. The question was asked in that context, that when you arrived there, why did you, as you are calling all of these other people on your way, and when you arrive there, you're calling all of these people to come and help you, and many of them are not available, why did you not call 10-111? The answer can be because of chaos, because at that point there is no chaos. Nothing has happened yet.
I agree.
You haven't even opened the container. The drugs haven't yet fallen out. There's nobody else. So it's a different conversation altogether. So it has nothing to do with this.
I agree.
Yes. Thank you.
Can I just understand this? Was it your intention to transport these bags either to Boysen's police station or Albertton in this bakkie of yours without a canopy uncovered? How did you plan to move those bags from Albertton to wherever you were going to book them?
Commissioner, I would definitely wouldn't have risked to transport these trucks without proper escort and without like in an open park like this.
But you hadn't called any escort.
No.
You had only called Pakula, and if he hadn't arrived, what would you have done?
No, Commissioner, the scene was still far from over. We were not gonna leave until the scene was properly handled and everything processed at the scene. It was still very early.
But you had taken no steps to call the people who were supposed to process the scene. You had only called Pagula, who said he was busy. And once you verified that there are drugs there, then he might make a turn. But at this point, as we had already agreed, all you knew was that you found bags in the container and you loaded them on your bakkie and you had arrested people. That's where you were.
Commissioners, yeah, maybe because there's no timelines. It was not even an hour that we were at the scene. It was between, because if I must be approximate, we arrived at the scene between 8 and 10 past. The poisons guys arrived maybe 20 minutes later, while the scene was still, while the scene was not even processed as yet. So it was still very early to say, no, this is how we're going to transport. The intention of loading these bags at the back of the parking was solely to secure them. Nothing else. There was no other ulterior motive.
There's one thing I need to test with you before you deal with your interaction with other officers and even your arrest. I think it's in the stay-in exhibits. If you go to page 116, I'm not sure if the witness has 115 of the stay-in exhibits. Maybe to be fair to you, warrant officer, for the purposes of the record, it's CJC 217. And then it starts on page 109. Just go back to 109.
I'm there, Commissioners.
I think we've already established that that is your bakkie.
I agree, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. That is your bakkie after the bags were loaded onto it.
That's
right?
correct.
And the police vehicle that arrived is that one that is parked right in front of the bakkie.
That's correct.
In that photo that is on page 109. And then you'll see that this is a News 24 or Media 24 newspaper article from the 22nd of February, 2025. Do you see that? On top of page 109, top left, where there's a headline, Update Crime Intelligence Battle.
I see that.
Just on top of that, there's a date, 22 February 2025. Do you see that?
It's last year on the 22nd of February.
And what they do here, they deal with the disciplinary proceedings relating to General Khan. But if you go to 115, and this is what caused the confusion. Remember, I was confused about the 5 series, 7 series. If you go to the top of the page, you will see that the newspaper article 115.
115.
Yes.
Yes, I see it, Commissioner.
115, the newspaper article had identified the vehicle as a 5 series and not a 7 series.
It's a 7 series.
And I'm embarrassed to have fallen for it. I should know better. It is a 7 series.
It's a human error, Commissioner.
Yes, but I am embarrassed. And then halfway down that page, you will see that there is something that appears to be a WhatsApp chat between two people. Still on page 115.
I see that, Commissioner.
Yes. And we don't know who the source is because this is in a newspaper article. But I think it's only fair that I ask you because you are here. I don't want there to be insinuations that it is you if it's not you. So to be fair to you, I want you to respond to this and tell us whether it is you who's participating in those WhatsApp chats. Because what is clearly happening here is that these people know that there was cocaine and it belonged to somebody and they had located where it was and they were reporting back to the owner of this cocaine that it is at this place and this is what is happening with it. So I just want you to tell us if it is you who is participating in these chats. If it's not you, whether you know who is this person who is participating in these chats.
I'll be honest with you, Commissioners. Yesterday, as I was following this, I was also, I don't have a knowledge as to where is this thing coming from and who are the people who were involved talking, who were chatting on this. I saw it for the first time yesterday while Colonel Stein was testifying.
And I hope you did not fashion your evidence based on what you were watching yesterday.
No, somehow you align yourself and see, I mean, if...
No, you must tell the truth. There's no need
No,
to
no,
align.
no, I'm telling the truth. That's why I'm so comfortable.
But you can clearly see, looking at that chat, that it refers to the containers and that the containers are still there. And whoever the other person is, if you look at the blue bars, they say, then send the pics with the seal so I can show the people. I'm getting heavy threats. Give me till 7, boss. I'm pressing all these guys. Do you see that?
Commissioner, maybe because I don't follow, I see this 2021, but this article was for last year, February. Am I correct?
No, but remember the point is, this chat was taking place while the scene was still live on the 9th of July, 2021. That's the point of it.
What time was this chat made?
Warrant officer, let's not concern ourselves with the time. Remember my simple question was, are you participating in these chats?
Not
if
at
the
all.
answer is no, do you know who was participating?
Not at all.
And if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know.
So don't try to analyze them.
No, I'm sorry about that.
As I said, we don't know what the source is. And I was only being fair to you by referring you to them so that we don't leave it unattended and people assume that it was you who was reporting back to the owners of this drug.
Like I'm saying, on this day in question, on the 9th, I was the first one to be arrested, and so my phone was taken away at around 12 o'clock, and this chat, I will like to distance myself from this chat. I don't know the origin.
And if we manage to access your phone, we will not find the chats that put you in trouble.
Not at all. I can even, this is the phone that I was using during my arrest. Even today, I'm still using the same.
You know we can retrieve.
The one-time view.
Yes.
Yeah, so it happened.
Let's leave it there.
Warrant Officer Magane, just on the issue of Albertton, you had testified earlier on that you requested Warrant Officer Pakula to come and assist you. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And you further stated that he said he will bring some people to assist him.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yes. Now, when Commissioner Baloyi asked you earlier on about Albertton, you said no, you were in fact misleading the two police officials from Boisens. It was not your intention to go to Albertton. Did you say that?
In all fairness,
Yes. But I put it to you that in fact when you spoke to Warrant Officer Pakula, you in fact told him to meet you at Albertton. What's your comment to that?
no, that was not the arrangement.
He is lying when if he was to be found saying that, he'll be lying.
No, that was not the arrangement. That was never. The only thing that I said to him, it's also in my statement, was that upon confirmation of the information, then I'll revert to him.
Then let's go to it's page 235. I want you to refer you to a warning statement. So we are on the exhibit bundle. No. Here's, yeah. Two, 3, 5. Now that's a handwritten statement by Sergeant Pakula. And I want you to look at paragraph 2 of that statement. Perhaps can you try and read that into the record? What's said at paragraph 2? It's right at the bottom.
Paragraph 2.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's contacted my immediate commander, Captain Murupi, informing him that I was contacted by Warrant Officer Magane to assist him in a possible drugs, and that he should join me at Albertton. I proceeded to Albertton SAPS. I waited for him. I called Magane to ask if he will come, and I should wait
Let me
for
assist.
him.
I think it says, let me assist you there, warrant officer. It says, I called Magane to ask for how long I should wait for him.
For him,
Yes.
he requested that I should come to Albertton, Omnia Park.
Yes.
I arrived at Albertton.
No, that's fine. What I wanted to put to you, and perhaps if you go further to page, in the same bundle, 385. There, are you there?
Some of the commissioners.
Now, that is a written statement by, and this is under Boisens 25210 of 2021. It's a statement by Ramila William Midupi, and we have established that William Midupi is a captain, and that he was called by Warrant Officer Pakula. Now, at paragraph 3, I will read that into the record for you. It says, on Friday, 2021, 0709 in the morning, I was at home as we were working rotation when I received a call from Warrant Officer Pakula informing me that they are following up on a certain information, and I must join them in Albertton. I then proceeded to Albertton to join them, and only to find that they have left. I called them and they informed me that they are now in Albertton. So the proposition I'm putting to you that the option of going to Albertton was a reality, and only it was disturbed by the presence or arrival of the Boyson's Vispol police. What's your
No,
what's your take?
that is incorrect.
Why would Warrant Officer Pakula say exactly the same thing that you said to the Boyson's police officers? They are in completely different environments. And Warrant Officer Pakula refers to your conversation with him, including that he started from his original place. He was on his way to Albertton Subs because you had said to him, and I read at page 376, his type statement, that I then proceeded to Albertton Subs as I was informed that they might be bringing the truck and the driver to Albertton for detention as a place where the crime scene started initially. It's exactly what you say in your statement you told the Boyson's policemen.
But the arrangement that that we will meet with Warrant Officer Pakula at Albertton, it was not gonna come because from Yellow Jersey, the arrangement was that we follow the truck up until it reaches Albertton, and upon verification of the information, then I will call Warrant Pakula to come through.
That was the arrangement. You say that was the arrangement. With whom did you make that arrangement?
With Warrant Officer Pakula.
So Warrant Officer Pakula is being untruthful in his statement when he says that after he contacted his superior, Commander Sipunga, and informed him, received and gave permission to proceed and assist Warrant Officer Magane. That's what he says. I then proceeded to Albertton Subs as I was informed that they might be bringing the truck and the driver to Albertton for detention as a place where the crime scene started initially. That's exactly what you say in your statement that you said to the Boyson's police officers, and you're not denying you said that to the Boyson's.
Exactly.
What is the probability that Warrant Officer Pakula would say you told him exactly the same thing? When someone is being untruthful, are you saying Warrant Officer Pakula is untruthful to say you repeated, to quote you as saying to him exactly what you tell us you said to the Boyson's people?
I would say so, because this was not part of our discussion.
I want to put to you that it's improbable. You have not given a reason why he would either be mistaken to repeat exactly what you said to the Boyson's people, that you said it to him, why he would be mistaken. You're not giving us a reason why he would be untruthful in his statement that is made in I'll tell you when that statement was made. It was made in October 2021, when this happened in July. You haven't provided an explanation why he's mistaken and why he would be untruthful about it. And I want to suggest to you that it indicates, or the probabilities, that you are the one that's being untruthful about what you said to Pakula, 1, 2, and the real intention about what was going to happen with those trucks. And in fact, the real intention was they were not going to Boysons. You were taking them elsewhere, you and Mashaba. And that's why it was your operation, just the two of you. That's why it is not your everyday job to do this. You go out of the office to go and assist with a drug bust about which you are completely inexperienced, know nothing about. You don't tell anyone of your colleagues at the station to say, come, let's go help. You leave alone, you call everybody else that has nothing to do with it, and then you go and you mess up the scene as badly as you did. You put these bags in an open bakkie that's going to transport them, and it's just the two of you. You haven't called LCRC. You haven't called TRT to come and escort you. You've done nothing that is about ensuring that these drugs are properly processed. What it indicates, I want to suggest to you, what it indicates is there was no good intentions on your part to get these drugs to be properly dealt with as prescribed by the law. In fact, you had ulterior motives about putting them in that van, and you were going to take them where they would not be accounted for. What do you say to that?
Commissioners, with all fairness, I don't agree to the suggestion of the commissioner. Commissioners, if I had an intention of doing the wrong thing, one, I wouldn't have left my cell phone with Mr. Hata. My cell phone that is recorded on my name. Number two, Omnia Park is it's a modern industrial area, which I think it has cameras all over. And so I wouldn't be so dumb to go steal in front of everybody. Meanwhile, I know that my identity was not concealed. And another thing, I was going to be easily traced. The bakkie that I was using, it's a state car. And at Scania, at Yellow Jersey, there's also cameras that suggest even if I left with that consignment, I was still going to be easily traced. If commissioners, me and Mashaba, or we had an ulterior motive, I think this was going to need a proper thorough planning.
Badly planned. That's why it was such a mess. That's why you are handling bags of exhibits the way that you're doing. It's because you poorly planned this thing. It's poorly planned. Firstly, you didn't know that there are cameras at Scania. You didn't know that. You go there for the first time. That they happen to be there, well, it's poor planning. You hadn't scoped that place first. So that doesn't count. It's irrelevant for purpose of what I'm suggesting to you, that there were cameras. It's an after the fact. This was a badly planned thing. You know nothing about drug operations. We've seen that. You know nothing. We've seen from your evidence and from what your commander says, you had no business to be there, to leave your office job and go there to assist someone that you say, well, I've met him before, I don't have a relationship with him. So you know nothing about him. He could well have been corrupt. On your evidence, you know nothing about him. You say, I went there to help. So, and now Commissioner Khumalo has referred us to those WhatsApp messages that actually indicate that this loot, this consignment of drugs, There were people who had an interest in it. You so happened to be in the middle of it. You and Mashaba happened to be in the middle of it, but we know from those WhatsApp messages that that was somebody's consignment, and someone was being threatened and someone was under pressure to get it out and delivered to them. We know all of that. It happens to be a consignment that you, Magane, who has nothing to do with drug operations, are involved in a scene where you haven't called a single role player who is involved with drug enforcement. You haven't. There's no LCRC, there's no SANEP, there's nothing. You say we are in Boysen, you don't call Boysen. They surprise you, in fact, I want to say to you, because someone has called 10111, one of the Scania people. They surprise you by arriving there. You even argue with them and you lie to them to say, where go. You don't say, you know what, you have nothing to worry about. These are going to your station. You lie to them. You say they're going to Albertton. That's your first answer. Pakula says that's exactly what you told him. And these drugs had no business to go to Albertton, but you're being untruthful about this. So what I'm suggesting to you, or what I'm putting to you, is that this whole operation, it was never, otherwise you would have played things by the book. You would have done everything by the book as a seasoned police officer. There was never an intention for this loot to be properly, at least not all of it, to be properly accounted for. And in fact, I want to suggest to you, had you left before the Boysen's people arrived, you and Mashaba, had you left, you may well have accounted for some, but not all of it at your police station. That's what I'm suggesting to you, that there was no good intentions about it. You can comment if you want to.
Commissioners, maybe, I don't know how to put this. Even from the bottom of my heart, I had no intention of driving away from the scene before the scene was properly processed. That's why, and I'll stand by the truth. If I had intention, I'm still repeating this, if I had intention of stealing the drugs, maybe I would have used, and like I'm saying, I only received the call from Mashaba that particular morning. And from there I was briefed. And honestly, I contacted the trail of calls that I made were from different people. Unfortunately, like Warrant Officer Chidi. Warrant Officer Chidi is from Crime Intelligence. And Warrant Officer Pukungwani is from Albertton. So I'm trying to demonstrate my fairness of saying that I had no intention of stealing the drugs or taking them elsewhere. Hence, I'm saying I'm not lying to the commission. I'm not part of this conversation between whoever is here. That's my innocence. I'm trying to demonstrate that I had no intention of taking the drugs from where they were recovered and to another destination. That is with people that I mean, Nku, I've only known Nku that morning. So why would I risk with my career with someone that I don't even know? It was for the first time that I met Nku. And to further demonstrate my innocence in this involvement of a drug bust, I had not even a clue as to how much is the consignment. If I've known that this is such a big what with the little knowledge that I have. I mean, the approach would have been different. And I call Warrant Officer Pakula because he was involved in other investigation or that were drug related. That is with all fairness and innocence.
Let me ask you a last question, perhaps. When you say you had no intention of leaving the scene with those drugs in your baggie before the scene was properly processed, we know that by the time, even before Pakula arrived, you had already put the bags onto your baggie. You say so in paragraph 20 of your statement. And then earlier on, you also say you had already arrested the 3 people, remember?
That's correct.
Okay. According to you, what was still left to be done at the scene once you've loaded the bags onto your baggie and you've arrested the 3 people?
K9 unit. We were waiting for K9.
To do what?
To come and further confirm. To come and further confirm that this is are real drugs. And they were coming, and they did arrive.
So so K9 was going to do that and not FSL. You know there's a forensic science laboratory, right?
No, K9, the dog unit, which also came. They came from Pretoria. They were also at the scene. Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke, who...
So when they arrived, you would have taken the bags back onto on the ground. What was the kind of elaborate thought?
Like normally, like how it was supposed to be done before. Because I've earlier on elaborated that the scene, I take a punch that the scene was not properly managed.
So you were waiting for K9? Who else?
K9,
who else?
Lieutenant Maluleke from Pretoria DPSI office was called by the younger brother of Pakula. He also came. He arrived at the scene.
Yeah, but you didn't know he's coming. Remember, we're discussing you saying, I wasn't going to leave with that consignment until the scene was properly processed. So I'm asking you, what had you done? What steps did you take in order to complete that process, to make sure that the scene was going to be properly processed before you leave? What are the steps that you took?
Before leaving?
Yeah, that you took that would happen before you left with the consignment to properly process the scene?
The counting was going to be done on the presence of a photographer, because I personally called the photographer through the phone of Poison's guys. And the call taker requested me to give, she was a lady, to give her my particulars, like service number, contact number, and give a brief of the background of the operation as to how it started and everything. So, commissioners, with all fairness, I don't know if I was still going to leave the scene with that baggie, open baggie, which cannot even drive 60.
Yeah, well, you were going to leave with it. You were. You were blocked by the Poison's subs motor vehicle, as we see in the picture, and other statements say you were in a hurry to leave. So the plan, you didn't put them on the floor. You could have left these things on the floor, then it would be believable that you were waiting for other people to arrive. No, you don't. You put them you back up your van to the trailer, to the container, you back it up so that these things are put in there, and all of them on your own account. You had counted them, the 23 bags. You'd even take a picture to send to your superior. So You've now loaded them, and you are going to take them somewhere. You are going to take them to Albertton, in fact. If Boysons hadn't arrived, you would have taken them to Albertton. That's what you told Pakula.
Commissioners, really, I need to emphasize this, so that everybody can be in the same picture, or we are on the same page. At no stage, commissioners, that I intended to leave the scene. Actually, I want to clarify something. There's a narrative that was being pushed, that I was blocked by Boyson's buggy. If Boyson's buggy, when they arrive, I was not even in the car. We were standing outside. When they come, I'm the one who approached them. Another thing, if Boyson's officers were the one who blocked me, I think there was going to be a statement that says we were trying to run away, so they blocked us. None of these people is saying that. And if maybe Boyson people were scared of us, after 3 minutes after they arrive, or between 10 minutes, flying squad also arrived, and there was also security guys who were at the scene. They would have asked for assistance. And again, Boysons are the one who actually helped me to cordon off the scene. So we were working working together. They were assisting.
All right, I've heard you. You've heard my views about what I say.
I don't dispute it's the commissioner's views, but this is all my honest remark or answer to that.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2:20.
I never. While busy at the scene, more police officers from different units started arriving at the scene. Amongst them, I can mention the following. Warrant Officer Rikoto from Crime Intelligence, he arrived and started asking if we have any authority or any inquiry file registered that gave us any permission to effect the arrest. He was causing some obstruction and distracting us from doing our work freely. He specifically said that Major General Feroz Khan from Crime Intelligence was coming to the scene. I'm not sure what he wanted us to do with that information. So we ignored him and proceeded with our duties, but there was a lot of police members, security officers, and civilian members at the scene, which made it difficult for us to work. Colonel Muloi from Crime Intelligence also arrived at the scene, and she was more than happy about the arrest and even complimented of the good work that we have done. Lieutenant Colonel Malulega from DPCI National Office arrived together with Warrant Officer Masoma, also from DPCI, as they were summoned by Warrant Officer Pakula to come and assist us with the scene. Sergeant Pakula and Sergeant Sape came together from Provincial K9 unit as part of our team. Major General Khan arrived immediately after Warrant Pakula and I think Commissioner said I was supposed to say after Sergeant Pakula and Sergeant Sape.
Yeah, that sounds right,
Yeah. And the situation got out of hand. Upon his arrival, Major General Khan went straight to the warehouse and met with the Scania management. And after that, he came back to us and ordered us to stop with our operation. He asked who was the driver of the buggy, which was loaded with the black bags, and I answered it was me. He then instructed me to go inside the buggy. Then a big argument ensued between Major General Khan and Chief Mashaba, whereby Major General Khan ended up disarming Chief Mashaba of his service firearm and stopped the guys from dog unit from searching the warehouse. I was made to sit in the car while I was photographed as if I'm a suspect. Members of DPCI from Jamestown and Johannesburg arrived at the scene with Major General Kadwa, the provincial head of DPCI. There seems to have been a briefing between Major General Khan, Brigadier Sukhobela, Lieutenant Colonel Mabaso, and Captain Sibula, wherein after that, Warrant Officer Pakula, Chief Mashaba, Mr. Nku, and myself were arrested and put at the back of Poison's SAPS buggy, which was driven by Sergeant Ndo and Constable Mukwambiri. We were kept at the back of the buggy for some time. At some stage, we were then taken from the back of the buggy to observe the counting of the drugs. To our surprise, we find that already 10 bags were already opened. Brigadier Khobela, Captain Dale, Captain Sibula, the arresting officer, are the one who were in charge of the counting, in counting the drugs. Each bag had 35 small bricks, and a total of 350 small bricks were counted from the 10 bags. We were then taken back to the back of the buggy and driven to Poison's station for detention before the counting was completed.
Before you moved to your arrest, you had deposed to another statement, and that statement would appear on page 3. I want you to go to 373 of the exhibit bundle. Your statement starts at page 370, but I just want you to look at 373. Now, on that statement, I want you to focus only on paragraph 23, 24, 25, where you speak of your encounter with General Khan. Can you just read that into the record?
As a result of General Khan's unprofessional behavior and obstruction, the driver...
No, sorry, just that paragraph up, ne?
Which one?
Paragraph 23.
While busy at the scene, a certain Indian male who was later known to me as General Khan of Crime Intelligence arrived while with his crew, and all hell broke loose. As he started giving instruction, he asked who was the driver of the black Nissan buggy, and I told him I was the driver. He then ordered me to go sit in the buggy. I did as instructed, and General Khan, started calling us Zotsi police and said, he's going to teach us a lesson. I was not even allowed to move and talk to my colleagues, not even to go to the toilet. I was escorted. Different police officers, among the Colonel Mawaso, came to interview me and explained to him how I got information and came to the scene. I was also interviewed by Brigadier Sekhovela, and later a certain gentleman who introduced himself as Captain Sibola placed me under arrest. Photos were taken of me while seated in the car. As a result of General Khan's unprofessional behavior and obstruction, the driver, Brighton Mtembu, who was already placed under arrest, was released. The lady called Jolene and Cornelius were no longer cooperative. Information on who the receiver was no longer pursued, as we were now considered as suspect.
All right. When you say General Khan told you to sit inside the car, how long did you have to sit inside the car? Rough estimate.
I was made to sit in the car I'm not too sure as to what time did the general arrive, but I was made to sit inside the car for almost 2 hours.
And how was it in the car? What was the situation?
The situation was uncomfortable. I was sitting there, the sun, it was hot and everything.
And you also mentioned in that paragraph that you had to be escorted. What does that mean?
At some stage, commissioners, I wanted to go to the toilet, or yes, to the loo. So one gentleman who arrived with General Khan escorted me to the loo, back to the park.
Did you feel that you couldn't leave at your own volition or accord?
Because commissioners?
Did you have a sense that you could not just leave unattended?
That's correct, commissioners, because that's correct.
All right, let's then go back to your statement. I want us to go to paragraph 23. So we are on page 10. So you go back to your statement file, and then you talk about our arrest and detention. That's the topic there.
So must I start at paragraph 23?
Yes, start with we were detained.
We were detained at Boysen Station for a weekend until Monday, the 12th July 2021, when we appeared at court. While at Boysen Station holding cell, we were told allegedly by per General Khan instruction, Kado, that we were not allowed to have visitors, water and food. I'm referring to the food that were coming from outside,
Or not the prison food, but from the visitors.
from the visitors.
Are you allowed to have food while you're in prison from the outside?
No,
Generally?
No.
Okay.
We were told that on Monday at court, the control prosecutor was refusing to place the matter on the roll until General Kadwa came to the court and insisted that the matter be placed on roll. The case was postponed for Tuesday, the 13th of July 2021. We were transferred to Johannesburg Correctional Services, which is called Sun City Prison. We were then remanded in custody for another 7 days for a formal bail application. During the bail trial, Captain Sivula testified that we were arrested for allegedly stealing 700 kg of cocaine. The presiding magistrate asked him if the exhibit were weighed and what method of weighing was used, of which Captain Sivula could not answer. The magistrate also suggested to him that Captain Sivula and his team rushed to arrest us prematurely. Again, he could not answer. We were ultimately granted bail on the 21st of July, having spent almost 2 weeks or 13 days in custody. I was then suspended in terms of Section 43(2) of the SAPS Act 68 of 1995 from the 9th July until the 21st. This type of suspension is applied when a member is arrested and incarcerated. It is a suspension without salary or allowances. My suspension was then uplifted after I was granted bail, and I resumed my duties on the 22nd July 2021. I was then suspended again for a period of 6 days in terms of Regulation 10(3) of SAPS Disciplinary Regulation of 2016 from the 30th September until the 20th November. I was charged with the following 3 charges departmental. 3.1 Regulation 54F, corruption. Regulation number 3.2 Regulation 54G, dealing in drugs. 3.3 Regulation 54, defeating the ends of justice. The chairperson of the disciplinary hearing, Brigadier Nevoulu, found me not guilty on all charges on the 7th February 2022. Attach. Then can I proceed?
Do you want to go to that ruling or you want to proceed? It's all, you can.
I don't know. You direct me.
Okay, let's proceed. If you want to come back to it, we can. But let's proceed to the next paragraph. And that will be 31 under the topic Poisons Cast 25210 of 2021.
Poisons Cast 252 of 10/2021, defeating the ends of justice and obstruction of police officers from executing their lawful duties. This case emanates from our arrest and detention at Albertton as overseen by General Khan, Major General Kadwa, Brigadier Schovela, and Captain Sibula. After a thorough and proper consultation with our legal representatives, we then decided to open a case of defeating the ends of justice against all members mentioned above. The case was transferred to IPID National Office for investigation. After a lengthy, slow investigation by IPID, the matter was taken to the Deputy Public Prosecutor's Office in South Gauteng for decision. Advocate Chauke's office decided not to prosecute the suspect in this matter, and amounts reason given were that this matter was just a misunderstanding between different law enforcers, which was contrary to the reason or motivation given by the same Office of Advocate Chauke when we presented our representation for our case to be withdrawn. IP then recommended that all members who were involved in our arrest must be charged departmentally. General Khan was charged separately and members of DPCI were not charged. The departmental hearing of Major General Khan was presided by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhonazi, the KwaZulu-Natal provincial officer. I testified during those proceedings dealing with the event aforementioned. Major General Khan was found not guilty for defeating the ends of justice and other charges. What I found concerning is that while the commissioner was still deciding on the verdict of Major General Khan's matter, DPCI issued a report that cleared all their members. At the same time, there were media reports that
I think when you go to paragraph 34, it's a repeat. So what you can do is that if you go to, at the same time, you see on that paragraph, then you can pick it up from there.
Perhaps what we should do, Advocate Msikiti, we must just scratch out the first paragraph 34 on page 12, and he reads the complete paragraph 34 on page 13.
That seems to be practical. Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo.
So, Warrant Officer, just go to page 13 and read that paragraph in its entirety.
from the beginning.
Yes.
34 years. Thank you.
IP then recommended that all members who were involved in our arrest must be charged departmentally. General Khan was charged separately and members of DPCI were not charged. The departmental hearing of Major General Khan was presided by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhonazi, KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner. I testified during those proceedings dealing with the events aforementioned. Major General Khan was found not guilty for defeating the ends of justice and other charges. What I found concerning is that while the Commissioner was still deciding on the verdict of Major General Khan's matter, DPCI issued a report that cleared all their members. At the same time, there were media reports that the witnesses of Major General Khan's hearing, which is us, were facing an imminent re-enrollment of their case. Our case was provisionally withdrawn on the 12th November 2022. I know and understand the contents of this statement. I regard the contents of this statement to be binding on my conscience. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. That's the end of my statement.
Thank you, Warrant Officer Mahani. Can I just ask you, when you spoke about your arrest and detention, what are the charges that are proffered against you? I think you read the charges that were proffered against you departmentally. In terms of the criminal proceedings.
If I remember very well, dealing in drugs was one of the charges. I can't remember very well.
Sir, you don't have to guess. Please go to page 19 of the annexures, item 6. After your statement, the charges are there.
These are the departmental, it's a departmental outcome of expeditious process against number. That's my service number. Must I also read the service number in?
No, don't read that. We have
Okay.
we have those charges. I was asking about the criminal charges. Perhaps for complete sake, go to page 276 of the exhibit bundle.
Yeah, notice of rights in terms of the Constitution, Section 35 of Act number 108 of 1996. You are being detained for the following reason: dealing in drugs.
Yes, I wanted to find out were there any other charges added to that subsequently.
No, it was only this one.
Okay. And then you mentioned that at paragraph 24 of your statement, that someone informed you that General Kadwa had issued instructions that you are not allowed to have visitors, water, and food. Back to your statement. Yeah.
Paragraph 24.
24, yes.
Yes. While at Boysen Station holding cell, we were told, allegedly as per General Kadwa's instruction, that we were not allowed to have visitors, water, and food.
Yes, what I'm asking you is that, is there a reason to believe why would General Kadwa issue such an instructions?
Because obviously we were treated or presumed to be high-profile suspect, and that's why no visitors were allowed and water.
And also you gave, you read in on the record that you and when you say we, because you say we opened a case against General Kadwa, and then can you explain exactly who the we is?
We is the four of us that were arrested. That will be myself, Chief Mashaba, Warrant Officer Pakula, and Mr. Tumelonku.
And the complaint was against who? Can you remember all of them?
The complaint was against General Kadwa, Major General Kadwa, Major General Khan, Brigadier Sukhobela, and Captain Sibula.
Why would you open a case against, is it General Sukhobela?
General Sukhobela, yes.
Yes, why would you specifically open a case against General Sukhobela?
Because she was also active in that scene.
But being active does not necessarily warrant a criminal case being opened. There has to be more than just being active.
This was based on her seniority, because she was a senior to Captain Sibula. So by so saying, we assumed that maybe the instruction might have come to her.
And I think for the record, it's Brigadier, ne?
Brigadier Sukhovela.
Sukhovela, yes. I think
Yes.
just to keep that correct, it's Brigadier.
Brigadier Sukhovela.
Yes,
Yes, I'm talking about it.
yes. All right, and then you say that the charges were withdrawn against you in November 2022. What is the current position of those charges as we speak?
The current situation in regard to those charges, the case was finally, we made a representation to the NDPP's office through our lawyers and advocate
Chauke.
no, not the one who passed on. He was working at NDPP's office.
Is it the cock?
Advocate de Kock, may his soul rest in peace. He is the one who decided on our matter. So the charges were finally withdrawn.
And that was in 2022.
That's correct.
Now, if you go to, on the very same file, the statement file on page 33, so the statement file you have with you,
Yes, I've
Yes.
got it there.
you see that there's a letter from the Director of Public Prosecutions,
I see it, Commissioners.
and the letter is directed to Major General E.A. Kadwa.
That's correct, I see it.
Yes, and this matter, it relates to the request for a re-enrollment of the docket, Poison's case number 9807-2021. And that's the matter, or the state versus Mohana and 3 others.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And you see that the last paragraph on that letter, it says this: the office has decided to prosecute the suspect in this matter. This matter will be enrolled as soon as practically possible once the pending investigation have been finalized. And then it says on the next page, the investigation officer must please consult the advocate dealing with this matter as soon as possible. And then the letter is signed by J.M. Serepo. What is your understanding of that letter, Warrant Officer?
My understanding is that this matter, the case that was finally decided, or which was finally withdrawn by the NDPP's office, there was, I don't know, where is this letter coming from, that the matter must be re-enrolled.
Have you been contacted since the letter in February 2025
No,
about the possible re-enrollment?
not at all, Commissioners.
And this letter before today, were you aware of it?
Yes, I was aware of this letter.
How did you become aware of that letter?
I can't really remember whether it was from our legal representative that is dealing with our litigation.
Can I just clarify? You say Advocate de Kock withdrew the charges in 2022.
That's correct, Commissioner.
There's a letter which talks about provisional withdrawal. that the provisional withdrawal was in October 2022.
No, can I just clarify that? Commissioners, the provisionally withdrawn one, this one was pending the representations that because we first made a representation to DPP's office at South Gauteng, but the representation were declined. So we then escalated our representative to NDPP's office. Then, while we were waiting for the representation, our case kept on being reminded. Then the judge said she was no longer happy about the unnecessary postponement. So as a result, the matter was provisionally withdrawn, pending the outcome of the representation from the NDPP's office. However, the date for the trial was set. It was arranged. But before the trial could even started, then we got good news that our case has been finally withdrawn from NDPP's office. That is how this matter was buried.
Mr. Msikiri, do we have a letter that confirms that final withdrawal?
No, Commissioner Baloi, what we have is it's an order, that order of provisional withdrawal, nothing else. Perhaps to warrant Magane's benefit, there is a letter that was sent by his attorneys to follow up on this alleged re-enrollment. But that letter was never responded to, but that letter it was sent in 2025 in May.
Is it the one on 29?
And it's the one from BDK on page 29 of the statement file.
Yeah, but that letter speaks, from the attorney, speaks of a provisional withdrawal while awaiting the decision of the National Prosecuting Service. And then it speaks in paragraph 3 of correspondence in 2024. So it doesn't mention a final withdrawal in 2022.
Yes, that's as far as we can take it, Commissioner. We're not aware of anything further than that.
Thank you.
Commissioners, sorry, can I just clarify something? I think I've shared this with the findings by Advocate Tikok with the evidence leader. So I don't know, maybe he might have missed it, but here's the ruling from the office of the NDPP.
Just wait, I'll try and direct you to that. That should be the outcome of the representations and providing reasons why the state is not prosecuting. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes.
Does that not have a red pagination top right-hand corner?
I beg your pardon, Commissioner?
Does it not have a page number? A red
No,
page
this one I just said.
You took it from elsewhere.
No, yes, but I shared with the evidence leader. So luckily I had.
Look at the date on the last page of that letter. We will tell you if it's in the bundle or not. Is it 21 June 2024?
It is in here.
Yes.
Yes, then it's on page 23 of your annexures. After item 8.
Oh, sorry, Commissioners, I've got it.
It is the
Yes.
same letter.
Yeah.
This is the same letter I'm talking about.
Yes,
I don't know
so
if,
it is in the bundle.
oh, my apology, Commissioners.
No problem.
That's fine. The question is, is there anything you want to say about that letter? Is there anything you wanted to highlight to the Commission?
Commissioners, I'd like to take the Commissioners to paragraph 6.6. This talks to the reasons as to why Advocate Kok decided to withdraw the matter. Captain Sigola allegedly alleged that Sergeant Doe's marked police vehicle was parked in such a way to block the way for Mogana's vehicle, that is a black Nissan buggy, not to leave the scene. 8.18. During the consultation with Mr. Bretz, it became known that photographs were taken by Scania personnel when the container was open. The said photographs were sent to Mr. Bretz, who made them available to the state during consultation. Among requests by the prosecutor, it is clear from the photographs that there was no vehicle blocking the way for Mogana's vehicle not to leave the scene.
Upon request, not among.
Commissioner?
Please continue.
Further, the photographs show the moment before the containers were opened until the contents were removed, clearly indicating that Scania's personnel were not prevented from the accused from taking photos, and suggesting that nothing untoward was taking place at the scene. Ms. Wenzel also confirmed that there was no interference from the accused when they were taking photos. It would have been impossible for the accused to deny the existence of the drugs in question at a later stage, and to deny the allegation makes against them. Sergeant Sape stated that photo album was incomplete, as their vehicle was also photographed during the incident, which was done on the instruction of Warrant Officer Ricoto. Warrant Officer Wood was confronted with this allegation, and she stated that upon her arrival at the scene, which was already at 11:45, there was such confusion and utter chaos. As a result of this size of the parking area, Warrant Officer Wood could proceed to take photos to the scene as she would normally do. When they finally allowed her to start, the entire scene was a stuff-up, and there was no control whatsoever. She was informed that only the bike was involved, but later it was said that the two more vehicles were involved. She stated that initially it was everybody was involved, then nobody, then somebody. The scene was a joke. She also indicated that she only left the scene at 2 the next morning. Further, Warrant Officer Wood denies that she took photographs of Sergeant Sape's vehicle. The scenes that were photographed in the accused possession.
May I just find out, Warrant Officer, whether you're going to read all the way to paragraph 10 at page 26, or you want to select certain parts?
Commissioner, I'm being guided by the evidence leader. I don't know if I must proceed or I think you can advise me.
You are the one who said, I have a document that I have shared with the evidence leader. And so
That's correct.
I thought there were certain salient points that you wanted to
No. Actually,
to draw our attention to in that document? Now I see you are reading this entire document.
Actually, I wanted to read 6.6. No, because I thought the evidence there will stop me. So thanks for that. I was gonna read right through.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I ask you about 6.8, where they say, Officer Wood says the entire scene was a stuff-up. Do you agree with her assessment that the scene was a stuff-up?
A person like as I have already alluded that the scene was not properly managed.
And who stuffed it up?
Initially, it was myself and Chief Mashaba. Then, because now at this time, the scene was already under the control of DPCI members.
But you had not secured it. That's why it was a stuff-up.
I agree with you, Commissioner.
Yes, I want to go back to the 7 Series BMW.
Warrant Officer, this letter, it's the letter that you say contained or advised a final withdrawal of the charges.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you had said 2022. If you look at page 26, it's in 2024, June 2024. That's the last page. And then if you go back to page 23, so it's in 2024. And then if you go back to page 23, you can see the subject line. The letter is addressed to Major General Kadwa. And then the subject line is request for reasons by yourself, meaning Kadwa, in the matter of State versus Magane and three others. So you see that Advocate de Kock is actually responding to
The request.
to General Kadwa.
That's correct.
And then lastly, and perhaps importantly to what this letter is conveying, at paragraph 10, go back to paragraph 26. So before that, all the many paragraphs, they summarize what is in the statements and what those statements say. But in paragraph 10, this is what he tells Kadwa, not your attorneys, not you. De Kock says, after careful consideration of all available evidence and factors, I'm of the view that there are no reasonable prospects of a successful prosecution. That's the last thing he says. You see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
So this letter, on its face, does not convey that charges have been withdrawn provisionally. Do you accept that?
Maybe
It doesn't say that.
it doesn't say that.
Okay, all right, that's all I was clarifying.
Okay, because maybe is that
Because then the next thing that happened in 2025, in February 2025, is then Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions informs General Kadwa of the intention to reinstate. You see that?
I see that.
And that you find at page 27.
I see that, Commissioners.
Yes. Okay. I was just clarifying.
No,
that
it's
there's
now it's clarity.
It's
So
clear.
meaning the matter is still.
alive. Sorry. Sorry. Still alive.
I think to be fair to you, Warrant Officer, on page 32, the NPA wrote a letter in which they say they agree with the recommendations not to pursue the prosecutions herein, and they say they are aware that the matter was struck from the roll. So it may be that this is what you're referring to when you say there was a provisional withdrawal. Because you said there was a date and the matter went to court, they kept asking for postponement until the judge or magistrate got upset with them.
That was in 2022.
2022?
Yes.
Okay.
And then in 24 is the letter that Commissioner Kumalo is referring to, where they say we agree with the recommendations not to pursue the prosecution. That's in January 24. You see that at page
I see that and I
32.
follow.
Then in 25, you have the prosecution, the deputy director saying they will reinstate. At page 28, it ends at
I
page
see it to page 33.
Yeah.
Is it the one that Commissioner is talking about?
Yeah,
there?
it's the same letter actually there. Yes, it's exactly the same letter that is at page 27. So yes, that's in 2025.
I see that, Commissioner.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Warrant Officer, I wanted to go back to the BMW 7 Series. It's not clear to me what happened to that vehicle and the occupant of that vehicle once the other police officers arrived at the scene and you were asked to sit in your car by General Khan, and at some point you were then detained and taken to Boyson's police station.
That's correct.
What happened to the BMW 7 Series and the occupant of that vehicle? Was he also arrested?
Yes, that is Mr. Nku.
He was arrested with you and taken to
To Boyson's.
To Boyson's.
Yes.
And do you know what happened to the charges against him?
No, we were all charged with the same charges.
You were all charged
He
with
was
the same.
accused number 4
Yes.
in our case.
And throughout the process, as you were instructing the Scania people to assist you to load the bags onto your van, what was the owner of this vehicle doing? Because we know he was there at the scene, we saw the vehicle. What was he doing as the bags were being loaded onto your buggy?
He was sitting in his car
Sitting in his car,
the whole time.
just observing.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioners.
And why did you not ask him to leave? Because you had now established that there were bags in the truck that were not supposed to be there. You've taken custody of them. They are now in the back of your Nissan buggy. What was he still doing there?
Commissioners, as I've indicated earlier, that according to Mr. Nku's handler, which is Chief Mashaba, he explained that Nku had previously gave information to other police. So the outcome tends that the information was positive, but Nku was told that they didn't find anything.
Yes. Now, we are at the stage where his information has checked out. You've now established that there are these bags in the container. You've asked that the truck be moved forward so that you can remove the bags from the container. The bags are being removed. You even said you effected arrest of 3 people, the driver and 2 other people. My question is, the information has checked out. What is the occupant of the BMW still doing there? Because now you know that he has given you the information with Mashaba. The information has checked out. Why do you not excuse him? Why does he remain at the scene together with these bags while all of you are there? Was the plan that you were going to live together with him and go book these drugs in his presence?
No.
So what was he still doing there?
I definitely cannot answer to that one.
Because you now had custody of the drugs. They are in your van. They are not in Mashaba's car.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you can explain why he remained at the crime scene.
I would say so.
But you are a police officer, warrant officer.
No, I agree.
Were you not putting him in danger? You've recovered, we now know, 715 kilograms of cocaine. And you know who the informant is who assisted the police in that regard. Are you not exposing the informant to danger? Because if those drugs belonged to the people at Scania, then surely they would know who the informant was, because he's in plain sight, parked his car next to Mashaba's vehicle. Was that not a concern for you?
No, it didn't cross my mind.
I have a worry that the presence of that person there was to look at those drugs and to see what was to happen to them. And I put it no higher than that it is a worry and a suspicion. I'm not stating it as a fact. And I'm doing it only to test your thought on this issue. I want to hear what your comment is.
Really, I won't have an honest answer to that. I would also say it can, in fact, it was worrying. But since commissioners, this guy was not taking any part. And he was always in his car.
Yeah, because informants usually don't want to be found out. They don't expose themselves and show whoever the perpetrator is that I'm part of this operation. That's not consistent with behavior of an informant. An informant gives information and they have nothing to do with the operation. But this one that follows the police and goes to the scene of the raid and remains until he's arrested later in the day, I find that really troubling.
I don't have any comment for that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
We also heard from evidence here that in fact police officers refuse to tell other police officers who their informants are because they don't want to place their sources at risk. And here you are in full plain sight of everybody, the police, the Scania people who are members of the public really, but as Commissioner Kumalo says, the person who has made a disclosure about the drugs, you, the one SAPS member who was early on the scene, do not see the risk or problem of exposing someone who has been said to be an informer. I share that concern. Do you know anything about handling informers?
That's correct. I know I've attended the handling informal course.
Okay, and you had no problem here? You didn't see the problem that you've got an informer who not only is exposed, but in fact ends up being arrested actually?
I would prefer to this question, Commissioners. Actually, it depends on the handler. It depends on the handler, because sometimes I've worked operations with other members where we'll find that there's a handler inside there's an informer inside the handler's car. That one I can attest to that. So that, like I'm saying, that it solely depends on the handler, because as the handler, you are the principal of your informant.
Can you imagine a reason or think of a reason why a traffic officer or traffic official would have an informer?
No, it helps a lot, because other cases, you need an informer to solve them. Like
what? To issue tickets?
No. Commissioners.
Or to put up a speed trap. Just explain what role you see for an informer or for a traffic officer. You know the functions of a traffic officer, right? What role or what need you see would be served by a traffic officer having an informer? I ask genuinely because I can't think of any reason.
To be honest with the commissioners, Gauteng traffic police, they are the only thing that they don't do, of which I can put my neck on the block. They don't do investigation. They've got units like their crime intelligence within them. They've got a saturation unit that deals with hijackings and other crimes. And I understand from Mr. Mashaba. Mashaba is currently a provincial head of a unit called SLEU. it's for special law enforcement unit. They do almost everything. That's why they even have an AWI. When there are CITs, they also respond.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer Magane, can you, on the exhibit file, go to page 31, 31. That's the bigger file, the 3. That is the inside. That is the inside of the BMW. You accept that on that picture?
I see it, Commissioners.
You accept that that it's an inside of a BMW.
I see this picture.
You see the steering. What's on the steering there? What emblem is there?
Oh, next to the steering, there's water.
No, on the steering, the emblem is there.
It's the BMW.
Thank you. And then if you go to the next page, you will see that on photo 23 and 24, it's the same inside of the BMW, but in particular on photo 24, you will see that there in orange, there is what looks like amount of money.
I see that, Commissioners.
And then if you go on page 33, the top picture, there is it's quite clear there that there is an amount of money there. Do you know anything about that money?
Not at all. I don't have any idea.
Okay, what we are told is that that's Mr. Nku's car, and he had with him, that amount was a total of 60,000 rand.
I heard about it.
Yes, and what I wanted to ask you and get your comment is that the theory is that that money was possibly going to be used to pay either you or Mr. Mashaba or both of you as a reward for recovering the drugs. What's your comment?
I totally disagree with that comment because I mean, even if they say I'm very cheap, I wouldn't change drugs worth 200 million for a 60,000. That's my take.
You did not know how much the drugs were worth at the time. So you cannot say I wouldn't change drugs worth 200 million for 60,000. You had not seen the drugs, so you don't know how much they were worth.
No, I'm answering because I know that those drugs worth 250 million.
Only know now. On the day you did not know.
But to be quite honest with you, Commissioners, I wouldn't do that.
Is it not unusual for an informant to walk around with 60,000 rands in cash?
Commissioners, to be honest with you, Mr. Nku, when he was introduced to me, because I wanted to have a background, but even though we didn't engage much because of time and everything, I was told he's a businessman who was in a distribution sector. He had some distribution companies in Limpopo.
Distribution of what?
Coke and
Cocaine?
No. Coca-Cola. Not Coke as in a cocaine.
No, just clarifying.
No, not that one. And because it was for the first time, I mean, he looked presentable and smart and everything,
And driving a new 7 Series BMW.
that's correct.
You said you were told he's an informer.
No. He's an informer. Beside being an informer, he was running his business, not that he was living as an informer. No.
Let's go to page 396, warrant Officer Magane.
Can you just, page 35 and 36? That is still the same BMW, and I could be wrong. Can you just clarify why is that money now in police bags? Is it after it was recovered by the police?
Even though I'm not privy, because I didn't, but I will assume that it was now inside an evidence bag.
So he did not have police exhibit bags. I think that's the point I'm driving at.
No, but I think this was subsequent to his arrest.
After it was recovered in his car.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Can we go to page 396? We are on the same bundle, the exhibit bundle.
Three.
Now, during your exchange with Commissioner Baloyi, you were quite adamant that while your black bakkie was loaded, you were nowhere in position or of intention to leave the premises.
That's correct.
Can you then please, for the record, read in what is stated there at paragraph 6, just to assist you in terms of, this is a statement by one Jolene Wenzel or Kukamur, as it seems to be a maiden surname, of Scania.
As we opened the container, black bags fell out of the container and the police officer said it was drugs. The police then instructed us to load them inside the Nissan bakkie, and after loading them, the toll officer came with cable ties and said he is arresting us. You are arresting me for receiving the goods. The driver was transporting the goods from Devon, and Cornelius because the goods belonged to him. He said they will be taking us to nearest police station, and I called my director informing him about the arrest, and that we must meet at the police station.
And then go to paragraph 7.
I told them that I won't go with them, but I will drive my car. I then came to my office to collect my belongings and went back. When I got back to the container, police from Poisons arrived. After some time, the police officer who was in the red vehicle also arrived and obtained my statement. While we were still busy writing my statement, police from Flying Squad and the Hawks also arrived. They dealt with the situation. At about 1700 hours, the police officers who arrived first and the warehouse were arrested by the police officers who alleged they were from Hawks.
No, that's fine. You can leave it there. What I wanted to demonstrate to you is that even this evidence by Jolene, it accords with what you had informed your colleagues, that you were going to leave the premises. And as Commissioner Baloyi, in fact, suggested to you that it is the presence or the arrival of the Poisons that stopped your move, as it's quite clear here that Ms. Jolene was informed that she will be taken to the police station, and the only thing she asked is that I told him that I won't go with them, but I will drive my car. And then he went to the office to collect belongings and went back. What is your comment?
I differ with this statement from Jolene. I differ completely so.
You differ in respect of what?
That we were intending to leave before the scene was processed. I still stand by my words. That
So then your testimony is that she is incorrect to say that, and then Warrant Officer Pakula has to be also incorrect, and also because the same information was relayed to Captain Midupi, that is also incorrect. So you have three people, according to you, that are lying about your intentions to leave. And the only person who's telling the truth is you, that you never intended to leave, despite your bike being in a position to go.
I'm the one who was at the scene. Like I'm saying, it was still early for us to leave the scene. The scene was still going to be processed. I still maintain that if we had intention to leave, we would have left even before the poisons arrived, because they came 30 minutes later.
We'll come back to that, because it was what we know is that at least you were distracted by the falling of the bag. One of the bags was stuck. That's why you couldn't leave as quickly as you wanted to. What do you say to that?
I also say that's not correct. Like now we're talking about the intention to leave, and there are allegations or hearsays that my buggy was blocked while leaving the scene, and I can challenge this commission that if that is the case, if a footage can be brought that will suggest that my car was leaving, then I must go straight to jail.
No, the evidence, it's quite clear, and we've seen from the photos, is that your bike was loaded. You yourself testify that you told the officers from Boysons that you were going to take those, so you were leaving, you were going to take those bags with you to Albertton. The same message is contained in more than at least in more than two statements. One by, two statements by Warrant Officer Pakula and one statement by Captain Midupi. And also the fourth person now, or at least the fourth statement by Jolene Kukamur says the same thing of your intention to leave.
Like I'm saying, I won't agree to this. And I don't even agree to that our intention was to leave the scene. That is incorrect.
I won't take it higher than that, except to say to you, your version, given what I have told you, and these are versions that were given under oath as well, it's highly improbable, given the overwhelming evidence in front of the commission that you had every intention to leave.
If that's the I would say if that's the opinion, I'm blatantly saying no. That's not correct, and I'll stand by my words.
Yes, no, that I understand to be your final answer, despite the overwhelming evidence. And you say that the only time you lied is that you lied to the Boysons officials about your intention to leave and take those to Albertton.
Can I answer to that?
Yes, you can answer.
Commissioners, in our conversation, there's no way in our conversation between myself, Chief Mashaba, and the Boysons, there was no way I said or we said we're leaving. The only thing that we said, we were talking about the detention of the suspect and the booking of the exhibit.
I won't belabor the point. Let's go to, there's a file, it should say on the spine, it should say Francois Stein file.
Copy those?
Yes, they will assist you to get to that file. I want you to get to page 137 of that file.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes, this is a National Instruction 1 of 2025, and it provides different phases that must be followed when handling exhibits in situations like this. But I want us to focus on, you will see if you go to page 136, just the page before, this phase is called the reporting phase. And then I want you to go to the next page on 137 and read into the record what it says there under 4.
I'm lost where must I go to?
137,
137,
then there's it's go 4 up.
record of all action on the computerized system.
No.
Top of the page,
Does it say
any
137
member.
on top?
Or any member who arrives at the scene of crime first must take the responsibility of the first responder as set out in this national instruction until an appropriate member from the division, visible policing or detective service takes over this responsibility.
And at Albertton, at least you'll accept that you would be the first responder to the situation.
That's correct.
Now, please go to the bottom of the page at 10, says responding phase.
Sorry, can he read B also? He read only A before he goes to the responding phase.
Please read B on 4. So you did 4A, then do 4B.
Report his or her arrival at the crime scene to the appropriate dispatcher at the community service center or 10111 center.
Did you do that?
No, I didn't.
Then let's go to 10, responding phase. Then read 1.
The first responder must approach the crime scene with due consideration to his or her own safety, the safety of others, and the preservation and the integrity of the crime scene.
And according to your good self, did you do any of those?
The preservation and integrity of the crime scene, that one I tried my level best.
And the safety of others?
No. You cannot even begin to say that, warrant officer. You accepted earlier when basically all three of us engaged you that
The commissioners, I would say it was an oversight.
the container was opened, the seal was broken, in fact, and the container was opened. No pictures were taken before any of that was done. And then a number of people handled the bags with their bare hands and lumped them onto the back of your buggy. Everything was a stuffer, as one of the people who prepared these reports said, and you accepted that it was a stuffer. So you cannot even begin to say that you did your best to preserve the scene. You cannot.
I agree, commissioners.
Thank you.
Please try to remember your testimony so that you don't appear to be at least committing perjury or at least providing contradictory versions. Now, when you go to 1A and we talk about your own safety, you were asked earlier on by Commissioner Kumaro as well to say you did not consider or at least ensure that your own safety was intact, more so that you chose to drive to a position or to a situation where there could potentially, or there's a risk that there could be even an ambush because you are escorting a truck full with at least suspected drugs and without any protection. You accepted that?
Accept that.
Yes, and the same would apply when I asked you specifically to say to you, do you find it appropriate and safe for Mr. Nku himself to be there in situations where he had provided you with all the necessary information? Do you remember that?
I remember that, Commissioners.
And I say to his safety as well was not taken into account. You accept that?
I accept that.
Yes. Then let's go to the next page, 138.
Page
138.
138.
Yes, go on top. There's 3. The first responder must.
The first responder must assess the situation with regard to initial observation, arrest the suspect as per the prescribed, maintain the first responder report, Annexure D2, and ensure that all unauthorized persons are removed from the crime scenes and they remain outside the outer cordon.
And at least on this score, you'll accept that you did not, especially on the last one, you did not ensure that all unauthorized persons are removed from the scene and they remain outside the outer cordon of it. In fact, you did the opposite because you allowed the civilians to handle the exhibit. You accept that?
I accept that.
What is the first responder report, Annexure D2? What goes into that?
The first responder report, I'm not too sure about this.
Okay, so you didn't complete it. That's what it means. I mean, you're not sure what it is. We must take it. You didn't complete it.
No, I didn't complete it.
Okay.
I think in this case, Commissioners, they are talking about, let's say, a murder scene whereby maybe this was dispatched from 10-1.
Why do you say that? You don't know what the report is, the D2 annexure, so you can't speak to when does it apply. I'm happy with your answer, or to leave it at you saying you're not sure. What is this D2?
I'll take that. I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
This is broadly about crime scene management. That's what it is. So it's not about murder or any specific or particular thing. Crime scene management.
Okay, you accept that?
Accept that.
It doesn't apply to just murder. Okay. And you've accepted to the evidence leader that you were the first responder at this scene.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm a bit confused because much earlier you said this was Mr. Mashaba's scene. You said it was Chief Mashaba's scene. Now we know there's a national instruction that instructs every SAPS member that if you are the first one at the scene, here's what you get to do. You did not do that. You let Chief Mashaba be the owner of the scene. Can you just explain it, just to make sure that I don't misunderstand?
By the virtue of Chief Mashaba being the custodian of the information and a commission officer, he was also responsible for or it was also appropriate.
So are you saying what you read earlier doesn't apply to you? I mean, you were the first SAPS member on the scene, acting on information from a traffic officer and an informer. You're the SAPS member on the scene, and you've accepted that you're a first responder, and you accept, I thought, that what you read earlier in the reporting phase, that you accept that it applied to you on the day. Did I misunderstand you in this discussion?
No, you had me correct, yeah.
Okay, so another thing that we see is you go there with an informer and someone who gave you the information, which is what Chief Mashaba is here. You get there and you let him be in charge of the scene, notwithstanding that which you read. 84A and B. You did not comply with that.
I take that, Commissioners.
Okay, you accept that.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Msipin.
Are you aware, Warrant Officer, that there's another national instruction? Is that one of 2017 that General Musikidi referred to in relation to the Port Shepstone bust? Are you aware that there's another national instruction that deals specifically with handling of drug busts and drug scenes? Are you aware of that?
No, I am not aware of that, Commissioner.
And I assume that you don't know what it says.
No.
Do you see why it was inappropriate for you to be at a drug bust to begin with? You're simply not qualified to be there. I think that point was made earlier.
I agree, Commissioner.
And even if we were relying only on this national instruction that deals with crime scenes, we looked at 8, even 9, if you go to page 137, item 10, paragraph 10. Remember we dealt with item 8 and I asked you to read B. And B deals with the reporting phase, but even the responding phase, if you look at sub 2, bottom of the page on 137, on arrival at the crime scene, the first responder must confirm his or her arrival at the crime scene to the dispatcher. So you must still call 10111 and say, I'm at a crime scene, I need support, this is what the complaint is about, I need people who are qualified to handle this scene. You had no business going there telling people to open the container and to take out bags from the container. That is simply not your job. And you had no business doing that. Do you want to comment?
No comment.
And this doesn't just apply, I hope it's a lesson, not just to you, but other officers who are in your possession, because they may never get the opportunity to sit where you are sitting. But they must also know that there are prescripts that are applicable to how police perform their functions. And they must familiarize themselves with those prescripts so that they do not get into trouble. Do you accept that?
I accept that. I don't take it lightly. It's noted.
Okay, then let's deal with the last section I want to refer to, which is the controlling phase. Can you read that into the record? So 11.1, the first responder must execute.
The first responder must execute all the duties of a crime scene commander until the handover to the scene crime crime scene commander has been completed. Taking control and evaluation of the crime scene, the first responder upon arrival at the scene must, after taking all the necessary steps to prevent the contamination and disturbance of the crime scene, assume control of the crime scene from the relevant party by accepting the handover of the crime scene from such party, identify the nature of the incident, give CTRAP to the dispatcher, arrange for the suspect to be removed from the crime scene as soon as possible if an arrest has been made. With due consideration of the integrity of physical evidence, assist the injured person if the member is competent and certified, or contact relevant authorities as the matter of priority. Document the place where the injured person was found and make notes accordingly.
I think it's fine that the rest they talk about where there is injuries or possible fatalities, which we're not there. You can go to B.
After taking control of the crime scene, the first responder must evaluate the safety status of the crime scene and request assistance of a safety official as identified and in accordance with the contingency plan if required. The first responder must direct the emergency services and other official role players at the scene to prevent evidence from being disturbed or contaminated.
Let's go to 3. I just want you to read into the record 3B.
The first responder must secure and protect the crime scene by establishing an inner cordon around the perimeter of the crime scene, as well as an outer cordon around the inner cordon to enable members to perform their task within the inner cordon. Protecting obvious and evident exhibit from contamination and element of destruction. Completing the exhibit log. If the exhibit have to be moved at a crime scene, this information needs to be given the crime scene examiner upon his or her arrival to indicate the original position of the exhibit as found at the crime scene and to capture it on the drawing plan. Dealing with
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to
3A says you must establish an inner cordon around the perimeter of the crime scene. That was not done here.
the inner cordon was
You didn't create, as the first responder, you did not create a cordon of the crime scene, did you?
with the assistance of the poisons.
Yes, before they arrived. We know you started doing things before the boys and people arrived. And I'm asking you about before the boys and people arrived.
No, that was
you
not
had
done.
not created any cordon at all.
That was not done.
Yes, thank you.
Did you complete Annexure D5, the exhibits log? Because this had to be completed before you moved them from the container to your vehicle.
Commissioners, I don't know, but this is what is this? It is because actually, I would say nothing was done because we were waiting for other role players to arrive.
But you've already removed the exhibits from the primary scene, which is the container, and you have put them in the back of your buggy. And it says here in C, you must complete the exhibit log if the exhibits have to be moved at the crime scene. Do you see that it says that? In C.
The exhibit was not yet moved and
No, but you moved them from the container to your
to
vehicle.
a buggy,
Yes.
but we were still at the scene.
So what then is the primary scene according to you? So the scene is the Scania complex. It's not the container. According to you, as long as they are in the Scania campus, for lack of a better word, they are still on the scene. They were not moved from the primary scene.
I would say I will agree.
So even if they were in the back of the 7 Series BMW, according to you, that would still be at the scene.
There was no way that they would be.
No, I qualified it with an if. I didn't suggest that they were there. I said if they were taken out of the container and put in the back of the 7 Series BMW, they would still not have moved from the primary scene according to you.
I'm having a problem with the 7 Series because it's not a state vehicle.
I have a problem that it was there in the first place. So what I'm putting to you is a proposition. Because you are saying the scene is the entire Scania campus. Now, since the BMW was in the campus, within the campus, on your logic, even if these exhibits were put inside the BMW, they still would not have been moved from the primary scene because that whole place is the scene.
Commissioner, you know, I don't want to associate or take the exhibit into the BMW because it's not a state vehicle.
I will leave it there.
Okay, let me try and help complete this. 3C says the information needs to be given to the crime scene examiner upon his arrival to indicate and underline this, the original position of the exhibits as found at the crime scene and to capture it on the drawing plan. So the original position of these exhibits would have been the container and where you say they fell when you opened the door and they fell before you took any of them onto your bakia. According to 3C, that is the original place or position of the exhibits when you found them. It's in the thingy and in the container and on the ground where you say they fell.
Commissioners, I'm asking for a comfort break. Yeah.
Chair, it's almost 4 o'clock. I think we can end it here, Chair, unless there are further questions. I had one or two questions.
Let's take a quick break. We'll come back just now.
Thank you, Chair.
That's a Jen.
Albertton was better. I don't know how to